Okay. Right, go through this list nice and quick. Hope everyone is good today. Is that what I did? Yeah, I guess I made that stick a second. Cool, perfect. Ooh. So I'll be explicit with this. Make sure that every frame is accounted for. Because that's the kind of thing that messes you up later on, and then you don't even think about it being the issue. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a good chance this will all get taken out and redone at some point, but it's not the worst. It's not the worst set of things we could have happening. You gotta love a nice, chill, low energy Monday. Cool. Death, no flash. Boom, like this. Defend. The reason why we're doing all this will become pretty clear pretty soon, I'd hope. Nearly done anyway. Defend, hit flash. Bang, 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 bang. Doop, 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 doop. So idle, I think idle we did. Level up. Like I was one ahead. Nice. Move down. Boop, 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 boop. Nice. Side. This one's easy. This is the one that you want to be on anyway. Boom, 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 boom. Visuals. Copy paste. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great. So that's the player reanimated. Which means we can come in here and do the weird thing we wanted to do anyway. Which was bring the player up. Bring that back down. Put that one on the floor. Shade it completely black. So that gives us this kind of pseudo 3D, which matches quite nicely with the this idea of a 3D dungeon. So that's nice. I think kind of the next thing to do here is let's go sprite resolver, sprite library, and then we probably very similar to how we've done player animator, it would make sense to do enemy animator, and then if we ever need to do something a bit different, we can do something a bit different without having to take the whole thing apart. Feels like the smart move. Excuse me. Create add enemy animator. I think they probably copy a fair bit from player animator. There's no reason not to. They're going to use, it's going to use a much simplified controller. But I think most of the this is going to be one of those you'd be surprised how much is going to be similar. We can't reuse the code because we're using a bunch of const. What was I doing? Alright. So idle. Right. I'm going to have to import some enemy sprites to make sure that I've got. So. Project. Imports. Okay, we don't need K-Kit. I don't think I need that either. I think there's a bunch of that I can get rid of at some point as well. Elf games. You can go into imports. Okay, let's create sprites. Interesting. Where are my heroes? You know what? They're probably in the sprites folder I already made, like a big genius. Let's put that at the top. So hero sprites, and I think we can go enemy sprites. And then I need to go find them, which is fine. I have them all. Game assets, stream quest. Oh, I'm sure I had more enemies than this. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, all right, that makes sense. Yeah, I think that's probably about the same amount of enemies as I had in the original. Let's multiple sprite editor. And you are usually 48s. Yeah. Slice, apply, auto slice. Actually, I can't help but notice that there's definitely a weirdness with there we go. There's definitely a weirdness with Unity sprite editor these days. Like, that is surprisingly going to mess up a lot of my nonsense. Let me see if there's a fix for this. Unity sprite renderer slicing empty sprites. No, we're not being reported as a bug at the minute, which is kind of a pain. Ugh. There's nothing here. It throws off my numbering. The other option is we keep empty rects, which is by far not the solution I want to make. It's not the solution I want, but it's the solution I bloody have, I suppose. Okay. Enemy sprite libraries, so we create a 2D sprite library asset. It's going to be enemy base. Have I done the same? Yeah, I've done the same thing here. So we're going to do enemy base. And our basic animations here are idle, move, yeah, okay. Try and keep a naming convention occasionally. Move down, move up, move side, hurt, move flash, hurt, flash, death, move flash, flash, attack up, attack down, attack side. Okay. See if we can work this out. Let's bat. So, nope. So, idle. Help if I open this. All right, I don't think that's anything. And that's down. That's side. Which means we can do that. That's up. And then we can go try and do these in order. Just attack down. Attack side. Attack up. Okay, we don't have flash, which is interesting. We do have hit from multiple directions. I'm not super worried about that, but actually that's quite nice. Because we don't really do that as the player. We just very obviously get hit and eat shit. Yeah, okay, so we can look at this. So we can go hit, down, which is this one. Hit side. Oh, that's right, I don't have a death. Death was just going to explode. I remember that. Hit side. Hit up. Now, the thing I need to remember here is, do we have an original death for this? I don't think so. We do have an arrow projectile, though, in there, which is an unexpected bonus. Alright, off to itch.io we go. Sixteen explosion. Sixteen by 16 game assets. And then I want to add an explosion in here. Is there a way to search within themes, tools and engines, AI assistants? No AI ever. I love that that is a... Like, I love that that's a thing. Steam needs to do it. Free interface. That's a bit nice. Elf games. That's what I've got. That's what I'm using. Yes, I think those are the same icons that I've been using. 16 by 16 RPG icons. Nice, but not what I'm looking for. I need a little explosion. Jumpstart 8 by 8. That's cute. Potions. Oh, that's a beautiful chest animation. Too bad it's for a side scroller. Big old bag of scrolls. I think we'll pick that up. That's nice. Check if it's properly attributable. And then an explosion, please. Oh, Game Boy Studio. Do you know what? I really do want to make something in Game Boy Studio one day. I just want to, like... So many of these little game engines, I think, are just so worth a try. Animated coins. Cheese dungeon. That's cute. Yeah, we can just be doing this here, can't we? Sometimes it's nice to just look. And morning, Doc. How you doing? Okay. Right. Let's try a little. Excuse me. Okay, that's just kind of what we're after. I wish I had my original explosion. That was nice. It's a nice explosion. There's some nice magics. We've been talking about doing magic. That's nice. That's nice, but it's not great for us. These are nice. I would use these. I think this is very close to our style. I really only want this one right now. $3. It's probably worth it. I'm going to go back through my... Okay, that's my font. Tile set, tile set, tile set. Let's have a look at the Wonder Dot pack again, see if there is. No explosion, but that's a very nostalgic pack. Examples.png, yeah, that looks just like my old game. Example 1.1, yeah, that was a beautiful time. Character slime, doesn't necessarily explode. Character hero. Tileset guide. I mean, not perfect. Not perfect, but here we are. This is nice, though. How are we... Use it any commercial... Oh, so it's fucking CCO. Yeah. $3. It's... Excuse me. Just fucking... dox myself on stream a second. So the goal today is enemies and animations. And to dislocate my neck just like that. Enemies and animations, neither of which are particularly scary. I did a lot of work over the weekend and got I didn't want to do full pathfinding because that's really punishing. So like full pathfinding would be, I know this from the original stream quest. Yeah, from doing the original stream quest, I remember that the idea of doing full continuous pathfinding is actually detrimental to the game experience because the monsters can swarm the player very easily. So I spent some time yesterday experimenting, and we've got a much more how do I phrase this? It's a much lighter form of pathfinding in that if you're within a certain range, the enemy will pick whether it is getting horizontally or vertically closer to you. It does mean you can trap enemies behind walls, but they will like follow you around the walls. And I think it's the fairest one on the player because it's only movement that's going to trigger them getting closer to you if they don't have a clear path. Like if you move, they're going to move alongside you. Or if you stay stationary, they're not going to come around the corner and beat the shit out of you. Which again is very useful when you're playing it turn by turn, potentially with no previous context. We'll get some demonstrations. As soon as I get the visuals in, I want to get the visuals in. Oh, use one sprite sheet. You have included the A sprite though, so, you know, fair play to you. This is going to be, yeah, 48, 48. I'm going to slice that. I'm going to apply that. And then we can go into... In fact, let's rename these before we do it. We're going to go explosion small like this. And then this is going to be... That's like a flame pillar. Explosion small. I've noticed I've got a few people crept in there. Welcome on in. I don't think I need the character. No, I don't need the character. Welcome on in. If you feel like lurking, please lurk. There is no harm in lurking. In fact, lurking is the lifeblood of a channel like this. Save, delete existing, slice those. Okay, cool. That means my sprites named the right thing. And then we can go into enemy sprite libraries. We can go death, no flash. Which is small explosion. And I need to do the thing that I always do. This is always such a weird thing that 16 by 16. Save as PNG assets sprites blank sprite. You would be shocked how often having just a blank sprite is very, very useful to you. Hey! We love a good streak. You are a single, which means you can do that. Cool. Yeah, you'd be shocked how I go shadow with an E for some reason. Shadow A. We're gonna go enemy base on here. Which means your visuals are going to be set to white. And we're going to go... I believe we settled on 2.5. Which means you go 0.25 this way and go jet black. And that becomes our shadow caster. Nice cheap shadow caster. I guess you're a bat now? Okay. So enemy animator script, and then an actual animator like this. Hero anims, enemy anims, animation controller, AC enemy base. So this should cover most of our animation work, which is fine. All I need to do here is have this open on one side here so I can copy the animation names. Oops. Swap my battery. Love these headphones. Every time I start, I realize I need to fix this thing at the bottom of my... I need to fix my my labels at the bottom of my screen. It makes me look unprofessional. Player. Player, enemy base. Visuals, shadow. Yeah, so enemy base. Visuals, animation, create new animation clip. We're going to create the new animation clip in animations, enemy animations. So do enemy idle. I believe we are still 12 FPS. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 1. Way too fast. Let's have a look what we were doing with the player. Okay, so we're on 12, but we're on 2, 4, 6, and 8. So let's do that instead. 2, 4. And we're actually a little... We've got 1 frame less over here, so that's 2, 4, 6. Actually... Yeah, that's nicer. We got a little bit of a back and forth on that. And then we repeat this on the shadow. Cool. Idle. Enemy move down. 12 FPS. Are we doing the same thing with the player here? No. That is just a nice fast move. Alright, cool. We'll see how it looks with the enemy. Move down. Record. Move down. Boom. 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 And then one again at the end for good measure. Yeah, see, that's nice. The idle was really fast, but that works really nicely. Need to bring up the shadow. And then we copy over our hash reference. Like that. Enemy move side. Now, I believe Yeah, alright. And then we just handled that based on... Handle it in code, whether or not we're sprite flipping. Interestingly, we are going to need to do that with the shadow as well. Which, again, not a huge issue. Boop, 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 boop. Paste. No. 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 This is much less tedious than doing it later. That's not to say it's not tedious, but there's definitely a time and a place for setting up animations. And I think in our case it behooves us to do it nice and early. Because then you feel like you're playtesting something that's a little bit further along, right? So move, 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 and then we're into attack. And we attack down. And you want to try and do these in the order that they are appearing on your spreadsheet as well. Ugh. My eyes are gritty today. Attack down, attack side. That was a fumble. Oh, there we go. Attack side. Here we go. Oh, this one's got a nice motion blur on it, actually. Oh, I love a pixel art, me. So, if anyone here is not particularly familiar with the Unity Sprite Resolver Sprite Library workflow, do feel free to shout up, because I think it is one of the best things they've done in years. I think we're on attack up. Yeah. Genuinely, I think as far as 2D goes, I think it is one of the most meaningful and impactful changes they've done in a long time. Which is a nice thing to be able to say about a company that spent the last 5 years visibly shooting themselves in the foot. Although not as bad as Unreal just did, holy shit. The latest Unreal news? God damn. I cannot think of anything worse. Attack up. Right, and then this is enemy hit down. Don't worry, nearly done. And then actually we kind of don't need to we shouldn't need to animate another enemy ever again, which is pretty great. So let's hit down, enemy hit side. So, yeah, when I was saying that the sprite resolver sprite library has been a game changer for hit side. Has been a bit of a game changer for sprite work within Unity the past couple of years. It is a wonderful, wonderful piece of kit that you've seen me using on the right-hand side of the screen here. Enemy hit side, enemy hit up. And the main benefit is that previously the animation system was all working exclusively through assigning sprites, right? You would assign a sprite directly in here, and then if your sprite changed name or you needed to animate something different, it was a whole new animation, right? Which is a big fucking deal. And it's a lot of legwork. Whereas what we have now, if you deign to use it, and you really should if you're sprite working in Unity these days, is as long as your animation's the same size, you create one animation, which is what we're doing here, and then you can swap out the library, and you can use a library to assign these things to these labels. Wonderful. I think I've done the thing that I always say I'm not going to do, and I think I'm going to have to... check to see if I've just wasted my time. Because I think it is... Oh, come on. Hit up, visuals, shadow... Hit up. There we go. Hit up. Bang, bang. 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 And then we copy. Bang. I'm going to look at that now, because it's a surprisingly big deal. So enemy sprite libraries. Now. Now, hopefully that doesn't break everything. And the easiest way to check is to pop up to idle like this. Yeah, that does actually break everything. I think it's kind of worth doing though. Because this is our base. And this is one of those things that I always regret not doing earlier in a project. Because there's nothing worse than every animation saying, oh, this is a bat, when it isn't, right? And I think sometimes you have to realize the best thing you can do is lose a little bit of work now. But if I'd have done this any later in the process, I'd have to do this for every single enemy. Move out. Back down. 0. 1. 2. 0. Enemy hit down 1. Enemy hit down 2. Enemy hit down 3. Enemy hit side. Hit up. How's everyone doing today? What is everyone doing today? I think we can keep explosions small on there. I think that's... let's go enemy death. Because you never know. Like, if you're doing it, you just as well do it, right? Do it properly all the way from the beginning. Nice clean project. And a nice clean project isn't something that comes naturally to me. I am an absolute fucking nightmare when it comes to stuff like that. Yeah, these have actually just become even more annoying to do. Do. I know we changed it, didn't we? Go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. There we go. Sometimes it's nice to wish there's an easy way to do these things. Other times, you just gotta do it. Tack down, bang, 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 bang. Copy the sprite hash real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Bang. See, and now we can go through some of this stuff and see if we want to tweak them. Like, we got a little bit of an anticipation frame there. Can we make that 2 frames? No, we can't. We do that. Bang, 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 which feels infinitely better than that. Nice. Ash, happy Monday. Hope you're doing great. Doing good, just trying to wake up. Nice. I did notice I was kind of sat here on my own for the longest time so far. I think my longest stream with 0 folks. But I also started a fair bit earlier than normal because I have afternoon stuff I need to handle. Which isn't the most fun thing in the world, but what is? How's your weekend? My weekend was fine. Hit down. Yeah, my weekend was fine. Nothing special. Again, that feels nice. That feels nice with the gap on 2. Hit side, so boom, 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 boom. And then we go boom, 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 like that. Did I? I didn't animate the shadow on this one, so we're just going to do that real quick. Oh, your weekend was great, though. Hit up. So I need to go up. Hit up. Hit up. Boom. 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 Bang, boom. Like this. And then we can switch to shadow. And go. Boom. Bang. Bing. Bash. Pow. Like that. So hit up. We already fixed idle. Let's go do move. Move isn't difficult. Move down. Boom. Because this one actually looped really nicely on its standard 4. I'm always pleasantly surprised by how much of a difference, like, one tiny, what's this move side? Like, just like one frame of pause can make. Like, I've got such an admiration for, like, serious animators. That looks nice. I think this really just leaves us with a couple to fix. So move up. So we're going to go one there, one there, one there, one there. Same one there. Okay, so okay, so I don't think I actually have a. It was how to talk with a business mentor. I'm currently working on what I need to land a client. Amazing. Yeah, speaking of, one of the things I need to do this afternoon is finish a quote for someone. So I need to like put together a proper business plan and such. Because it's a fairly chunky quote. Right, and then we go enemy base, and we go visuals, new clip, enemy death. Death explosion. We go bang. Kaboom. Pow. Splat. Goodbye. 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 Like that. And we go to visuals. We do the same thing. Death explosion. And we copy all these. Now the reason we're doing this with 2 layers of sprites, and it's 2 layers of sprites today. The reason I'm not really touching the player sprite at the minute is there is a genuine conversation happening about whether I use what little funding I have. Funds. Nobody's funding this except me. And get the artist to like break the sprite down into various parts and then use a multi-layered sprite renderer that if I want to change the head or you want to do like, and maybe do it as like an adventurer creator. That feels like a cool thing to do. Like rather than like pre-selecting from a bunch of heroes, you have like one hero with basic stats. Or like you have one hero and then you choose like an archetype, but you can like, I really like the idea of being able to like customize a hero. Maybe we'll have a go at it. Maybe we'll try it later today. It depends how I get on with the rest of it. So, enemy animator. So the funny thing about this is I now need to make all this work. There's a few things we need to do first. We need to go into the enemy animations and we take all of these and we set looping to off, and then we find the looping ones, which is move and idle. Yeah, those are the ones. So they go back on loop, right? So they loop. That's fine. So default state is in fact idle. How are we doing this on the player? So yeah. So move side, move down, move up are all triggered. We need to actually make those transitions as well. So, oh no, we don't. So how are we doing those? So anything that's not looping needs to go back to idle. Yeah, cool. That makes sense. Which is all of these. So we'll do our attacks nice and neat on this side. And we can do our get hit on this side in the same order. And then we can do enemy death kind of fits over here in this category of shit that we don't need to mess with. Cool. So these all transition. So, has exit time, exit 1, no duration. 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 Great. I'd love that for just be like a default settable setting. It would... the amount of my life I've spent in like Unity Animator. Alright, so we're going to do all those. And then I need to bring that up, and I need to put the animator window on the side here so that I can come in here. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Okay, so there's no defend. It's not hit flash. It's not die flash. Actually, it's hit up. Down. Left. Right. And this is going to be enemy hit up, enemy hit down, enemy hit side, enemy hit side, enemy idle, enemy death, enemy move up. Cool. So that solves a lot of that. So animate, play idle, play move animation. Right, we can keep that. That code good. Play attack animation. That code also good. Play hurt animation. So actually what we need to do here is pass in a direction, attack, direction. Right? And then we switch attack direction. And I think we're gonna keep doing it. We're gonna go attack like this. So we need to keep our flip, play death animation. You just die. None of these exist. Attack animation, hurt animation. So this is animator.play hit up. Hit down. Hit left. Hit right. Right. So that's nice. That should be most of our basic animator code kind of in place, which is nice. So the thing with the animator code, let's go look at the player, because I have a feeling that what I did was, yeah, on idle I did anim event reset sprite flip, which means I don't need to apply that to the shadow because of how I've chose to do this in the first place. Hell yes. Enemy animator methods reset sprite flip. Oh god, that's good. So the only thing we need to do here I need to work out, and I think actually this isn't so bad. So in enemy controller, we're going to go try move to position. We're going to take damage, right? And then I think take damage is the same check that we're using for And I think what we're going to do here, enemy alive. So I need to write a thing here, which is going to be private get player direction. And I think actually that's easier. And I think we just we grab that, because it's not the same, but we can do that. And then we snip that. Ooh, actually, this doesn't work because it's going to prioritize left-right. So get hurt animation direction, which means that what we need to do is essentially check for attacks. Which is this. So this is check for a player in attack range. Return direction I. Direction equals direction dot down. We'll make that the default. In fact, if we go return direction dot down, that kind of sorts that. Other way around. Return direction I like that. So get her animation direction. So what we're going to do is that's gonna that doesn't need to be anything like that. That can do that, I suppose. So that's gonna look in a straight line and find a direction. Now, I think we can be a little bit more. Well, no, because the default one is he'll just do a normal. I'm facing that way, I get injured. Okay, I think that works. I don't think we need to do anything crazy than that. So we want to go add an enemy animation. Components. I want to go serialize field. Enemy animator, like this. I think I also need to do. I don't need to do it here. I need to do it on the player. So we can start setting some of these up. So we can go animator, play her animation, and then this is get her animation direction. So that's fine. So that should play the fact that we've just injured, right? Is enemy alive? Try to move position. Oh, actually, I think from here we can just go take damage. We can go health current minus equals damage. If health current is less than or equal to 0, animator dot a death animation, else animator play her animation. That's kind of it. That's kind of it for now. Play death animation, and then we can go animator, and then we can go enemy AI state equals dead. I don't really need to do anything else than that, because that handles most of that nonsense. So that's dead. Right, get her animation direction. Is enemy alive? Try and move to position. I think in here we can go debug, log warning, no attack function, because we're not there. But we can go animator.play attack animation, and then I need a direction. Which is interesting because I'm already doing this here. I think this actually might make sense here. Play attack animation. Direction I, like this. So that's going to play that. And then... that's... it's not where I want to put the code, really. But it is going to work for a second or two. Okay, right, that feels like the enemy is gonna do a lot, which is cool, because I want the enemy to kind of do a lot. That's kind of the vibe, right? If we attack, we're not going to do anything. The enemy is going to pick a direction and close in, like this. It didn't play the move. I didn't plug in the move. Chasing... wandering, try move to position. Target, right, so this is where we're setting new target position, which means we can go animation, animator dot play move animation target direction, like that. So the main benefit we have of like such a modular setup with our code that we're just like is I don't need to individually code all the enemies, but it gives us the freedom if I wanted to turn around and make an enemy do something weird, right? Right, so if I attack, which is one of the ways we can stay in place. Okay, they didn't move. You know why they didn't move? Do you know why they're not animating? You didn't fucking assign the animator, did you, Richard? Idiot. Let's try this one more time. It's tradition that I get this wrong 3 times before anything works. Cool. Now, what are my safeguards in the player to prevent exactly that? Move. It's this. And then if we go to the exact same function here, yeah, that's the only thing missing. Animator. So if you're at the destination, go back to idle. Told you, that was the 3rd time. That was the 3rd time that that did not work the way it was meant to. Morning, Professor. How you doing? Ad break starts in 1 minute. I was going to snooze that, but it's... And those of you that are subscribing aren't going to get adverts anyway, but it's my chance to go and get myself a cup of tea. I've not had one in, like, 15 minutes. So, attack. He flaps. He sits. He's chilling. I need to sort out shadow casting layers. That's cool. That's something to bear in mind. If I hit attack, I'm going to attack right. They're going to take an attack and recoil in the correct direction. That wasn't good enough. That was everything happening at once. That's not great. So I need to go make a cup of tea. I need to pause the player turn ending until after the animation's finished. Otherwise, everything's going to get really... Like, it needs that pause. And that's cool. We can add that pause. And I'll be back in a second. So I need to figure out. The really obvious way of doing this. IEnumerator CO player turn finished delay float delay yield turn new with 6 delay this. Okay, so here, I think I want to go coroutine, player turn, end coroutine, right? Because that's going to be an important thing. So here, so we re-null that. We can go player turn and coroutine equals start coroutine finish delay like this. Yeah, okay, cool. Float player turn delay for animations. I'm going to make that 1 second. In fact, I'm going to make that like 0.75. I want to start that nice and easy. So we're going to do that. I'm going to do that. If player turn and coroutine is equal to null, and I think we're going to do that. No, they're all going to get cleared anyway. I think that needs to go. If timer active if I add a player end coroutine return in there, it means that we can't necessarily. That might end up being too much of a bottleneck. We might want to stack commands. But that should at least stop the major issue. But yeah, everything I'm saying about 3D printing, is it filament printing? Is it resin printing? Either way, like, I know people that get way too into that. Attack! And then that's going to swing over there, and it's going to stop, and it looks cute, and we're going to hit attack again, and we're going to attack, bang, and then we're going to wait, and then that's going to attack us. Great. So 7-5 might be okay. Let's try that point. I really want to get that as tight as possible. Atage. Okay. Okay. So there is a sweet spot here, and I think we've almost got it. Yeah, okay. I feel like 0.35 is pretty good. I'm going to make that 0.4 so we've got a little bit of leeway. Filament, I'm not going into the particular form as opposed to Shadow Dragons and Mario because I use it to fabricate parts from electronics projects. Resin has the benefit of much smoother prints, very little finishing required, and I believe they're stronger structurally because they're not just plastic melted to each other. I believe that like the actual, like if you print something, I believe it's stronger. You do have the downside of there's a lot more logistics and the fumes are a lot more toxic. Okay, so that's kind of the enemies where I wanted to put them today. We've only got one enemy here, but I think this is good. I think what I need to do is go into inventory slot. So I want to get rid of clear inventory slot. But I think we'll clear inventory slot on game start. It's true. We can go if. So I'm going to do this. Mental work had further use of resin has too much overhead. I held up by my fears because it was clear from much precision it was 75% meant 25% output. Yeah, it's once you get it right. Cyber Pirate! Fuck yeah! We love this guy. Man, so here's an interesting. I just saw my PM resigned again. Yeah, we don't talk politics in this chat. I'm not interested. Politics fucks up enough of my daily life without turning it into a spectator sport in Twitch chat. I don't have a lot of rules, but I tell you what, I've never seen a conversation about politics on the internet not piss off everybody in the room. So we just ain't doing it. In lighter news, Ash, eat a fat dick. Like an unwashed fat hog. Yeah, there we go. That's what politics tastes like. Just a bunch of sweaty people that should be doing anything else like having a shower. Anyway, not ready to talk about this more double space at current events. Yeah, we'll talk about more interesting stuff here for sure. Triggered again! How fat for the archives. Like, jaw-achingly. Like, too big to do anything practical with it, just kind of uncomfortably sat in the mouth. There we go. I'm happier to talk fat dick sucking logistics than I am politics. Is this why my chat doesn't have? Is this why my subscriber count, why my follower count has not meaningfully increased in the past 5 years? I have been sat at nearly 700 followers for like 3 fucking years. I do not attract new people whatsoever. It's a bit frustrating. You don't stream on a regular basis. Well, you know, I had paying work, and if I had to choose between streaming and paying work, I'd go back on hiatus. So, until you guys start paying my rent, you are secondary to the things that require my energy. Just to clarify, I know Rich IRL, in case a randomer comes in and is just like, woo, Cox! Hey, Ash, you know all about spoons. I got like 4 on a good day. Streaming is 3 of them. Sometimes work needs to be 4 of them. But I will say, when I am on stream, I have a great time. Like that. And I think that's the frustrating part for me, is like, I have a great time while I'm here. I'd like it to... I'd like it to be beneficial enough to like be my job. Like I'd like my games to do well enough and like Twitch to pick up a bit on the side that this is just what I do. That would be fucking awesome. The thing is, I'm not daft enough to think that like that's viable for me at any point in the next 10 years. Not without putting in 10 years worth of grind. Anyway, having said that, like, I want it. Like, I do. Like, I love streaming. I think I have an incredible community here. I mean, fucking hell, like, I met Professor Stevens here. I've guest lectured at their university twice. They're flying to England for my wedding. You know? Who can deny? Sober Pirate is also coming to my wedding. I got wedding guests in chat. Hell yeah. I want stream to feel like walking into the sea. I hear that. Yeah, absolutely. I think my favorite thing is I had a new follower last year who became quite regular. Except all he would do was come into chat and suck AI dick. And was kind of weird, but not in any way that I was like justified banning them. Until one day they walked in, were like, wow, this game's taking you ages. Next year, I think was it next year, this time next year, you could prompt a game in AI, you won't have a job. And I'm like, cool, now you can absolutely get banned for life. Wow. I'm bringing a sword to your wedding. Yeah, so I need to actually have a sword conversation, which is fun. You have to hit me up on the old dick sword. I'm not sure what the rules are for carrying swords around. I kind of like the vibe. I know Siri wants to do a sword arch, but I think we're actually hilariously tempted to do. Well, this is the conversation. Like, we've been talking about doing a sword arch, which I think is great. And we're like, we've got enough friends that we could probably get a mismatched bunch of swords together, which is cool as hell. And then, yeah, Mrs. name is Siri. Yeah. Yeah, so like, and that's the other thing. Like, I didn't want to do like stolen Vanna and like full sword arch. So we're actually talking about, because we met at the Witcher School, we're talking about doing a sword arch with LARP swords, which has the benefit, which I don't think Siri's considered, that there's going to be like 100 drunk people and a pile of rubber swords. You know exactly where that's going to end up, like, immediately. And I love it. And I don't think Siri's quite hit that same, like... Although, to be fair, if people started LARP sword fighting at the wedding, Siri would be like, that's cool, that's hilarious. Which is really fun. So we're very much considering LARP swords for, like, and doing, like, a silly little... doing a silly little thing, as opposed to like having blunted but metal swords everywhere. In which case the same thing would happen, but somebody would somebody would end up with a concussion or somehow stabbed. Because if you think I can be drunk near a pile of swords and not start showing people how to sword fight, you wrong as hell. Yeah, exactly. One of those reasons where I'm like, yeah, so we'll have a conversation about swords. I'm very tempted to have a... Like, I'm very tempted to, like, have a sword belt on my LARP kit, because fuck you, why not? On my LARP kit, on my wedding gear, because, you know... I do have my wedding... See, we're in... Like, I haven't stopped smiling since we started talking about this. I do have my wedding suit. It's one of the things that... The moment it's not as humid as a hot, wet towel draped over my head, I'm very tempted to, like, put the whole thing on and make myself all giddy. Like, I've already worn it, obviously, but, like, I do have the whole ensemble just kind of sat about 8 feet away from me at the minute. Also, you hit me with a LARP shield once and I still haven't got my breath back. Yeah. It's the old up-down of, like, should I be doing this? Anyway. Let's get back to making a game on stream. You know, that thing which might encourage an audience. But I love chatting with you guys. It's fucking wonderful to have y'all around. So, I think the next thing I want to do before I really get into this is chests. I think chests are an interesting thing that we can get done. So if we create an empty and we call this treasure chest, right? And then I could create an empty inside and call it visuals. And then we can take this chest. Take this fucking chest and put it over here. It's mostly come about because everyone that I worked with at Crystal Spider is also out of work. So, you know. And Gemma was like, hey, I really want to get more experience with Crocodile, and just made a bunch of 3D assets, because why the shit wouldn't they? So chest is interesting because chest has its own animation, and I kind of want to play with that, but I can't. Can I copy paste? I can copy paste it. Great. AC chest. AC chest. Chest open. That's great, because that means I can go into the animation, and we can go chest, 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 chest. Animator. Where's my animator? 3D Stream Quest is greater. Do you know what? In about 15 minutes, you can play it. and I'm happy for that. I just need to, like... And I want to do the chest. So, the goal is, it's coming up to 12, I have until 2, so we have 2 hours, and the goal is chests, basic loot, kill an enemy. I'm not gonna do new floor today, but if you can, like, wander around, kill an enemy, grab some treasure, and make it to the exit, I think that's an incredible amount of, like... That's my minimum thing that I want on stream, so that folks can just play it. Right? Animation, animator. Right, so I want to create an empty state, and this is going to be called null, because I always call my states null. It's going to be our default state. This is going to be make a transition to here, which I think is just going to be trigger. Trigger, and it's going to be called open chest, like this. We're looking for a trigger called open chest. It has no exit time and no duration, so it's just going to open incredibly fast. Yes, I do have the benefit that I have essentially made this game before. So this is open, and actually we want chest open like this, which is great because it means I can now come here. This goes bang. It looks really nice. So that's our furthest point. I actually think I want that to open further. I'm not going to say my room is hot, but two Roberts, some guy chucked a ring in it. I know how much that would upset you. So I think we need to open that more. So if I get rid of... If I get rid of these two keyframes, we should be able to... We're going to open right up like that. So we're open to here. Right, so if I copy that one to here, and then we just bring that in a little bit as well, we're going to go, fucking, alright, calm down, 12 samples. That looks really nice. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to go chest position. Alright, so we're going to start with chest position normal. And I'm going to go chest position normal here. And then at 24, I think we're going to be down through the level. Which is going to give us, and if I move this to somewhere on the floor, this go here. Kind of want that to be a little bit slower, so that's, yeah. I think that looks fine because I have the issue. But tell me, rubber duck me, if you will, on how you do 3D chest opening as a 2D chest pixel wham bam. So the main thing about a 3D object. Here we're getting into why I generally work in 2D. So 2D's fine. 3D requires. The modeling is literally like it's an order of magnitude more complex, but you do get the benefit. So if we take a look at this thing, right? He says cradling his cup of tea rather than being able to move this shit himself. Right, so if we take a look at this. we can see down in the bottom left here, we've got chest position, chest rotation, and then top rotation. So if I click this, you can see that the top is literally a whole second object. So I can go into Animator and I can swing that around any way that I want. So we've got this nice chest pop. You see the bottom flicks up a little bit, the top kind of clicks and then opens, and then it even like swings back a little bit. So it's a really nice chest open, right? And then I've got it sinking down through the floor. Now in pixel art, that would all need to be drawn, and you can't really edit it without being able to draw. Fine, right? You work with a good 2D artist, that never becomes an issue. However, with 3D, you get a little bit more freedom like this, but getting to this point is way more complex. You need someone that can do 3D modeling. You need someone that can texture a 3D model. That's a different skill, and it's not always the same person. Editing it, so if I need to change this, I need to if I need to change how any of this looks, that's straight. Like, I can't pop into Sprite and change a couple of pixels that bug me. This goes back to an artist who then needs to work off of my feedback. So there's issues there as well. And then when you start getting into anything bigger than this, you start having to deal with stuff like rigging and animation, and those are insanely huge, complicated things. So to make a 2D character in Unity, you need someone who can program and an artist. And the programmer needs design chops, right? He's not just doing code. So you need a designer, really, me, and an artist, right? To make a 3D character, I think you need the designer to put it in the game. You need a modeler, a texturer, a rigger, and an animator to make one character, right? And this is why 3D games are like infinitely more complex, and why I work in 2D, because I do small teams and I do the work myself where I can. Like, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So, on one hand, magic binary metric, thou art wizards. On the other hand, sleep is healthy. Yeah. So, the goal is... So, because Jelly has made me... these pixelated 3D assets. They've made the walls. They've made the... I didn't ask for the treasure chest. They just made the treasure chests. So now I'm like, how do I get a 2D item? Because we talked about... Oh, I like that the top of the chest offsets. That might be an accident. That might be something I introduced by accident while trying to hand animate. So I then have the problem that all my items are 2D, right? And you can't walk onto a space with a 3D object. It's going to look weird. So I'm like, I want to use these treasure chests. These treasure chests are beautiful. So I'm going to set it up that if you walk on any of the cardinal spaces around a treasure chest, it'll trigger, it'll open, it'll show you the item, and then the treasure chest will disappear so you can pick the item up, right? So the treasure chest doesn't necessarily block anything. But, like, we still keep this cool 3D thing going on, right? And then there's the conversation of, do we just make the items 3D? Well, yes, you could, but then you have this issue where like, the only 2D things left in the game are your player and your enemies. And at that point, you're conflicting, right? You're too far one way. So I want to keep all the items, all the collectibles, all the enemies, the player 2D, and maybe even, like, all the stuff on the walls undecided, right? But, like, I need to keep a solid portion of this game 2D. Otherwise, I need to get into commissioning art, commissioning 3D models, commissioning animation, stuff like that. The cost goes through the roof. And I think visually... So this is the other really interesting point. I think visually... Because yesterday I tried it, and let me find you a screenshot, because I did go through this. Visually speaking, open that in a new window. if I switched to 3D characters, which is something I was playing with yesterday, if I switched... this is a screenshot I sent to Gemma while talking about this stuff. If I switched to these 3D characters, we'd lose a huge amount of character from the game immediately. Like, they become a top-down character and all you can see is the head, right? And you lose a huge amount of readability, you lose a huge amount of character, because the camera angle is non-negotiable. This is the problem I had previously trying to get back into developing StreamQuest, is I wanted to do something different. I even prototyped an over-the-shoulder StreamQuest. It didn't work. It didn't have the readability. It didn't have that magic. So we're all the way back to this. I am calling it StreamQuest 2 now, I think. There's enough changed that it's just going to get a fresh launch. But it's that top-down, almost side-scrolling character presents a degree of character to the game that you can't replicate with a 3D character without doing the same thing, and without this character just being like made of voxels, which I think would look out of place, because we're not doing voxels, we're doing pixels, right? The walls are simple shapes. The chests are a little bit voxely, but like we're still like pixels on smooth surfaces. The moment like something changes to voxels, we've got 3 competing visual styles. So that's why. So this is the interesting thing. Like, I make a decision like this, and that's fine. But like the amount of thought that actually goes into that decision, it's not inconsequential. Like it is a thing. Anyway, so we've got treasure chest, right? And I think down here I want to go treasure chest, like this. And I think we can do a few things for this nice and easy. I'm sorry if that was a ramble, but that's also what the channel's about. Do ask me coding questions. It takes me places. Right, so in here, so we're in treasure chest. So let's go header chest components, which is going to be a animator chest animator on trigger enter 2D. Oh, we're still using 2D collision for the whole thing, even though the maze is now 3D. On trigger enter, if collision compare tag player, are you the player? If you are the player, so there's a couple of things I want to do here. So we need to go bool has triggered false, and then we can go if has triggered return. So we're not doing it again. Has triggered true. Animator set trigger open chest. That nominally should sort most of this out. Chest component, I want to go serialize field transform loot spawn point like this, and we can go header chest variables. We can go serialize field game object array available loot. That will get thoroughly stripped out into a loot pooling system at some point, but not for early testing. And in fact, we can go to do replace with loot pooling. Arriving with beer? But you're the sober pirate. Must get dinner again before the wedding. Dude, the wedding's in like 6 weeks. Get your ass to Plymouth and we'll do dinner. I found... For the same price as our last delicious Chinese meal, succulent Chinese meal, I found another one that is as good, if not better. So, let me know when you're coming up, and I will either hope chat treats me to a nice dinner, or I'll put it on my credit card. But either way, I think me and you deserve a fucking nice dinner. Serialize field. So we're going to serialize the field here, and I think we need to go... It's a non-alkit Guinness to me. He likes to tell him, but we can't all make good decisions. That's fair. I think I need to pop into enumeration real quick. Get your hands off my Venus. Yeah. Enumeration. It's 12 o'clock. I'm proud of you for non-alcoholic beer, but it's still 12 o'clock. No, I'm not kink shaming. Public enum key type. I'm gonna go none. Bronze, silver, gold, boss. Right, and I think we go treasure chest. Key type, required key. I don't think we need that too much. Set trigger, open chest. And then I want to go public anim event. Ah, anim event isn't great. It's summer, Shield Brother time is merely a suggestion. Yeah, do you know what? Fair. Not me, like, if I had the option of sitting outside with a cold cider right now, would not be doing that. Like, if you were here, we'd be sat in a beer garden with a cold cider. You are correct. I should not have judged you. What it is jealousy. My landlord has offered to, like, drill my green screen into the ceiling. I might do it just because I had to move my desk and the window behind me is blinding, and I quite like the idea of a little privacy screen. That would be nice. Compare tag player. So that's the compare tag. Right. And I think rather than an anim event, I think what we need to do is serialize field, float, loot, spawn, delay, right? And I think we just manually tweak this, right? So when you go I enumerator, co loot spawn, yield, return new, wait for seconds, loot spawn delay, instantiate available loot, random dot range between 0 and available loot dot length. Loot spawn point dot transform dot position quaternion rotation quaternion dot identity. What are you mad about? Cannot implicitly type float to int. Oh. Nice. I did chant you for maybe the first night. It was wonderful, but I regret because I may not have spent £500 in mangoes in one night. Admit nothing. I laugh at your thumbscrews. I have missed Shantyfest for like the last 5 years, and it bugs me because I love Shantyfest. I'm going to shoot you a message on Dixord so that I remember to shoot you messages on Dixord. Because we do this thing where we don't talk for like 6 months. Sob. Where's my Sobber pirate? Pirate! There we go. And then we go start coroutine, co, loot spawn, delay. Bang. CO loot spawn. Right. So that should work, right? That's there's nothing about that that's particularly scary. So the reason I couldn't use a loot spawn parent. The reason that I could not use a animation event here is an animator will only take scripted events on the same object as the animator, and my animator is all the way up here because of how the animator handles hierarchy. So, which is why we have a manual delay. Anyway, Box Collider 2D is a trigger. And the size is going to be 0.5 on the X. 2, 3. Maybe 2.5. And then this can be 2.5. Nope, it can't. Copy component. I'm just going to fucking paste it as new. It is a trigger. And this is going to be 2.5. 1.5. Oh, in fact, we can do the thing that we did in Kobolds. Oh, interesting. You can't zero that, but you could previously. Do you know what? If we can't do that, I think I would rather it be visible like that. So, when the player enters from any direction, that's what will happen, right? And then we can go into our prefabs, items, weapons. And we can go chest, gets, sword. And then we can take the treasure chest. And we can put the treasure chest here. And then we can actually rotate it so it looks nice. Bang, 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 like that. We take the player and put them on the player starting area. We take the monster and we put the monster like up here. We take the old chest and we delete it. And we try it out. Let's double check a couple of things first. My loot spawn parent is in fact at 000. Cool. Ooh, this reminds me. Item sword, items, collectible item base. So you need to be at 2.5. Give yourself a sprite. Come on, don't be like this. You are at minus 0.25. Duplicate that, and this becomes shadow. At 0.25, like this. Right, and then I need to static visual shadow. Animated visual shadow. Okay. Sprite equals this item get sprite array 0. Are we not getting sprite array? Oh, yeah. Womp. Static visual shadow dot sprite is the same. Because I don't really want to automate that. I think if I go to animated sprite, I don't think there's too many places that this breaks. But let's do it now. For sprite renderers. Right, that is fucking fine. Which means I don't need this. It does mean that I need to pop into... No, I don't. I don't need to do that on UI image. I only need to do it on animated. So that's interesting. I don't think I need that anymore. I just need static visual shadow. Right, so that's shadow. And then that works like that. And then animated visuals has a shadow in the right space. Animated visuals has its own sprite renderer and the shadow sprite renderer, and that's going to solve that. It does mean that I need to... Maybe I don't, because I've child objected everything. Cool. Let's try it. Let's see what I forgot to do this time. Money in chat. What have I forgotten to set up this time that's really fucking important? Right, so we don't have any available loot. Up. Chest. Chest opens, disappears. Sword appears a little too slow. So we're going to change that to 0.5. And we're going to try again. So 1 was too much, so we're going to half it, and then we'll tweak from there. I think that's about right. There is a part of me we don't currently have the chat log, which I remember being quite nice in the first one. We do have a much, much bigger inventory. But I miss the chat log. And I think we need to decide what's happening about that. Having the extra inventory slots is nice. I think we're going to make good use of those, especially with the ranged attack plan that we have a bow. I think we just give the player a bow to start with, and then we can and then arrows become a consumable that you collect, and then we can deal with... you can just deal with that stuff. There is a world where I do this. And I'm not against it. It reduces dungeon height by 1, but I feel like we've got a decent-sized dungeon. And that's one of the things I really want to be careful of. We do have an ad break in a second. So I'll tinker with this and we can talk about it in a second. I mean, I don't know why most of you are still here during the ad break, but it's nice to... Consumables panel is sheet window 4.2, so if we go here and we go sheet window 4.2 and drop that here... it's not the worst. It's not the worst, and there's still a lot of movable space there. Let's play with this. Right? And then I want to go UI Text Mesh Pro. And I think I can put a couple of things in here. Not all of us see the ads. Yeah, exactly, right? I do try not to do anything too meaningful while ads are on for anyone that might be lurking and not, you know, not fucking with this, right? I want it to like that, and then these are probably 4, maybe 8, maybe 16. Yeah, I like 16. And then top and bottom is a little more 8 and 8, right? Okay, that gives me... Okay, let's create an empty parent, and we can go chat, readout, log. On this side, we can add the image. The image does this. The image is this. Chat readout log does this, and then this can kind of do, yeah, 128 like that, right? And I think that actually we can probably take some of these. We make those 12s like that. And then on the other side, I kind of want to copy that. Like this. Last move readout. Command. Ooh, yeah. What if actually you were just white? if you like this, and then 24, and then we do the opposite here. We go upper 0, bottom is 8, and then we can go centered, and we go text color white. I see. I like that. I think that gives us a little bit of. I think what I'm going to need to do. Let's go last command title, last command readout, like this, and then chat readout. I'm going to need to set overflow. Text wrapping mode. So what happens if I keep going? Yeah, so I need that to respect the bottom. So if I keep doing that, and we go, okay. So overflow if we mask. Text wrapping mode, no wrap. Normal, preserve, so normal text wrapping. Overflow is masking. Truncate, no. Scroll rect. Overflow. Ellipses, no. Okay, so we're kind of there. I just need to clear that. UI. I fucking hate a scroll rect. They're so awkward. I would like both of these things to be gone permanently. Just can't turn those off. Clamped. That's kind of perfect. That's kind of perfect. Yeah, okay, that fits. And then content. Something has got this, yeah. Alright, so that's that one. Okay, right. Oh, I can just turn off the images. That's funny. That works. Right. And then actually the text now kind of does that. Text does not do that. Text just does this. Text gets these reset. Right. Okay, I still think we need to introduce a little bit of a margin. Let's say 8, 8. Okay, cool. So now I can go into my game manager and we can go visual readouts, and we can go serialized field, TMP text, command log readout, and then here we can go last selected command readout, like this. So, register vote. There is a bit here where it's reading the chat. Interestingly, it's not in here. Right, so how do I get that information? Because that's... I need that. Static class Twitch manager. Send chat message. Here we go. Twitch command manager. You're going to be another static class, aren't you? Oh, public class, Twitch command manager. You have to exist somewhere then. Game manager. Interesting. Fixed update. Read chat. So this is what I want. On message received. On message received. On command. Twitch manager on command received. Interesting. On command received. On command received. On Twitch command received dot invoke. Right? So I should be able to... In game manager, I should be able to... Let's have a look, shall we? Start. Twitch command manager. Twitch command manager dot on Twitch command received. Twitch command received. Twitch user arg1, Twitch command arg2, right? So I should be able to let's find out, shall we? Command dog readout dot text plus equals plus n plus arg1 dot to string add voted add arg2 to string. That can't be that easy. Fucking lovely if it was, though. So you aren't required. Twitch command log. Game manager. Command log. We don't need the other one just yet. And I think also command log readout dot text is cleared. Do that now rather than in 30 seconds when I think, oh, that's really fucking annoying. Oh. Well, that's me turning 40. I think I just pulled a rib stretching. That's it. Ow! Fuck me. Oh, that's embarrassing. If somebody wants to drop a command in chat, that would help me a lot. Okay, that's not ideal, but it's a starting point. But let me say the same question. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons that, like, you got, like, up, move up, north. Like, there's a whole bunch of, like, commands you can do. Like, the goal is for me to, like, make those as good as possible. The main issue I have is this. So that's what we're looking at right now. That might have been easier and more satisfying than I thought. Let's try that out. Ooh. How do I do that again? I haven't done that in a hot second. Strange. Does 2 upper not work anymore? There's another way around it. I just... Okay. And then there's a couple of things I want to do here. Let's go serialize field color default font color. do hate hard coding values. I really do. Okay, we don't like passing space. All right, cool, that works. And then all we need to do here in fact, interesting. So I want to sync these up with these, because these are the first ones we're getting. Like, these are the... So it's kind of a pain to write those out manually, but I also feel like that might be the... name. This is really neat, but I need something from it that I don't currently have. Twitch commands. Twitch commands. It's not the worst thing if I need to... void set last command read out string text command. What did I call that? Command last selected command. We're going for straight is equal to text. So set last. Move up, move right. Left, move right. Move up. Move down. Melee. You know what, let's equals really? Move up, move down, melee, ranged, defend, This causes see if that fits, or if we need to make that a little bit bigger. Okay. Yeah, that works by a hair. Fireball. So that should fix that. So it wasn't really what I intended to do this afternoon. But I think we're visually better for it. I think it's very important to have that level of visibility. And we've lost maybe one square of dungeon to do it. Which we can confirm in a second. I think we need to right. Now let's see what this has cost us, because if we need to shrink this by, but like that's a nice UI. So if we go to here, and we go all the way down here, and we turn off the data scene for a second. So the easiest way to do this is like that. Yeah, I'm perfectly happy with that. And all I need to do then is a very, very minor camera tweak. Okay, so you're 25. You're 10. 7.3, 7.5. No. 6.75. And that's snug. That's real snug. If anything, we've got like one fucking pixel at the bottom. That's fine. That's tight. That's tight. I like it. I like it a lot. Why are you suddenly being mad and rendering? Oh, it's because you're set to invisible. That'll do it. That needs to be set to invisible. That just became obnoxiously in the way. Just means we can do a little bit of remodeling on the level. No, we've discussed that before. You can't. I think you just became a. You became a T-junction like this. I think chests in obvious places. Prefabs. Good shit. And then, honestly, we should get rid of that. We should bring back that. Like that. Like that. Like that. I think the floor tiles need... let me send that to Jelly. I think the floor tiles need at least a faint outline each to show the grid. And just putting in the new levels. Oh, have I run out my playlist? I have. It's so hard to find a playlist now that's like a nice instrumental, but not fucking AI slop. I do have a bunch of new assets, but I want to do those offline. Do you know what? Who wants to play StreamQuest? Who wants to play StreamQuest, eh? My chest is slightly off center. 1 second. Treasure chest. Let's give you a little red dot. Really? Do you honestly think you're in the middle of the cell? You are. Okay, it's the half wall. It gives you a little bit of leeway and freedom. It just looks weird against the edge of the level. Alright, cool. We're like minimal code away from being able to do this, which is nice. Last. Tidy up your shit. Nobody likes a memory leak. Oh, that was a good one. God, I hope that didn't pick up on the mic. That's gross. Oh. Anyway, stream quest. This is interesting because we can also put alerts here like, we got a sword. I think interesting with a few more. I wonder if we make this a little bit more obvious. Which we could do by like that, and then like that, and then like that, and actually you only need to be like that. But by going 2 sets of stairs down, I think that's going to give us a much sharper perspective on where we're going. Yeah. If we delete that, and we do that. And then I think we can do that like that. And honestly, like that as well. And then that gives our floor the 3D feel. Yeah, look at that. I want to go enemy controller array enemies in scene equals find objects of type enemy. I hate that. Cool. Significantly faster. We like to hear that. It's always nice when they make updates in the back. And then I want to go 4 enemies in scene. Length. Length. Oh. And while we're here, target will take damage, and this is going to be... Player controller does not necessarily have damage. No. Player manager instance get current sword damage. Let's go int damage this attack. Let's roll damage this early. Is equal to player manager instance get. So I think get current sword damage is interesting, but I think we can also go public int get attack get melee attack damage, which is gonna be equal to random.range current sword damage x current sword damage.y. And that's fine, but by separating that, it means that if we want to play with the melee damage calculation later, which we will, it's here rather than, like, anywhere else. Right, so now we're going to do damage, which means we should be able to kill things. So all the enemies are now synced up. Enemies can die. We can pick stuff up and improve our own stats. The only thing we haven't really done at this point is... we haven't done experience points and leveling up, and what that leveling curve looks like. And I think that's fine. That's a day's work in itself. Go up, go left. Give ourselves a sword. 2 to 4 damage. Alright, so we got 2 attacks to kill a thing. So we're going to go right. And we're going to go up. Look at all these guys. I like the delay it gives. Rather than everything just going like moving at the same time, the fact that everything moves on a slight stagger, one, solves a lot of coding headaches, but it also it gives us a lot of I think it gives us visual interest. I'm going to attack because that means I can stay still for a second. And then the one above us is actually going to stay there. They're not going to move because they've matched us on the Y and they chase. But if we go right, they're going to follow us. And actually, they're both now going to come at us. So I can hit attack. And they'll both come in like this. And now I'm in trouble. So I can go attack and hit 1. I can go attack and hit the same one again. Okay, so enemy death works. Enemy death looks nice. Interesting. Enemy controller. Can I anim event through enemy controller? I can't. This is an issue that I've had previously. Let's enemy state dead. So the smart thing to do would be to instantiate the end. Or the other thing to do, actually, the other way to do this. Get enemy AI behavior. If health current, take damage. Let's die. Public void on death. So on death, we just die, right? So I think this changes. I think this changes our death animation. Ooh, although we do have get target priority. Get target priority. If II state equals dead, enemy priority is equal to lowest. Okay, so that's an interesting one. So that still gives us an edge case. It still gives us a bug. If you stand over an enemy you kill and attack, you'll attack in that direction again. Beads! That's a fix, but it's not the fix. I think I might just need to create a separate explosion. I'm not super happy about how I'm doing this, which means it's not how I should be doing it. Like, something's not... Something's not sitting right with how I'm handling this. I might need to just create something. Enemy animator's not that bad, right? And then if I go enemy controller, I go enemy controller, get component in parent. That's fine, here we go. Enemy event, death. An event on death becomes enemy controller dot on death, which is fine because that's what we would. That's the exact same function we wanted to do earlier. Public void on death. Right. So at the moment of death, I want to go game manager instance. Enemy manager instance. Enemy manager's not got an instance? Why gonna be like this? Public static enemy manager. Private set. Awake. What's this? Reset enemy list, trigger returns and enemy turns. There we go. Reset enemies list. Public void add enemy to list. And this is going to be enemy controller new enemy. This solves us later doing a thing. So we can do that, and then we can go public void remove enemy from list. Great. Yeah. Remove enemy from list. This. Destroy this game object. Give it a 1/10 of a second to make sure everything is sorted. So that's on death, destroy game object. So that's the anim event. So now we can just go into the animator and set a death animation and call it quits. Enemy death. So that is here. And we go enemy animator, anim event, death. Now we kill an enemy. I thought I had a guy up here. Alright, that's why. Okay, so that's fine, that works. That's the enemies. That's enemies in and out, which actually gives us an allowance for spawning enemies if we want to be a real dick about it later. Which, let's face it, we probably do. We're kind of into, like, more interesting loot territory soon, aren't we? Up. Sword. Right. Up. Hop. Jump. No, sorry. You can stab, though. Should add stab as a command. That's a good one. Right, I need to fix the shadow stuff. Right, so that has solved that. We've got no console errors. That's nice, that's nice, that's nice. I do need to... I need to make the shield on the sprite a thing. Because right now he's just constantly carrying around a shield, but we don't have a shield. So that's on the list. I got 25 minutes. Maybe this is the right time to look at that. Maybe this is the time. Nice. New layer. Cool, that black outline is gonna make. Cool, nope, fucking polygonal lasso. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here? That's the worst lasso tool I've ever seen. Why are you only doing like fucking 50 pixels at once? That can't be right. fuck is going on here? Thank you. There we go. Oh boy, this is going to be a task. Sadly necessary. Especially because the plan is to, like, pass this to an artist and be like, hey... could you, pretty please? Not as bad as I thought, actually. I suppose also that's what happens when your character is only a handful of pixels. Barely. So what's everyone else up to today? Helix, I'm sorry there's no backwards roll. I will try and add it to the list. The main issue with the list is that backwards roll's an animation that don't exist, which makes it a little bit unsatisfying. Let's take a couple of those as well. There's so much left to do. Also, Helix, long time no see, actually. The more I think about it. Hope you're doing great. You should be doing great. That was messy. Nice. I seem to recall that some of these aren't actually used. Defend, move, 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 attack, 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 hit, hit. No, okay, yeah, maybe everything is. So the reason I'm doing this now is I have to go shortly. But if I can pass this to my artist friend, I can get a genuine price on getting this character like broken down into pieces. And the more of this I do myself, the less of it I have to pay for. Pro strat. That's annoying. Okay, no shield there, shield there. Shield that... that's not his hand. I guess shield that mysteriously vanishes. The main reason I'm doing this is I think modular sprites are fantastic. Like, I genuinely think they're some of the best things you can do. Like, I think there is something really, really fantastic about, like, a good modular sprite. Modular sprite. Let's put a couple of these in here. So this is going to be layered copies. This is going to be so it's so hard to just like distinguish this unless you go through it and do it yourself. Like, I like that it's I mean, it really is just something that's added on top. Everything about this says that this is super doable. It just needs a bunch of work. Which is fine. I'm not adverse to a bunch of work. Where did you save? Oh, no, save as an ace file. Silly. Let me go away. Okay, right. Well, we're 10 minutes before I was supposed to be finishing anyway. I am going to call that a day, because I don't want to do any more sprite work, and I don't think there's anything here meaningful I can do in the next 10 minutes. So, let's see if we have a raid on the horizon. It's been a hot second. Honestly, let's go over there. Cool. All right. I will catch you. Day is it? Monday. Tomorrow. Let's do another like all day 4 or 5 hours tomorrow. See if we can't get maybe ranged weapons. We'll get something good in tomorrow. Very exciting. Cool. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I will catch you in a bit. You guys rock. Have a nice day.